Alright. Pretty normal day. Things should be working fine. It should be live. Yeah. What's working? Alright, let's get back to it. So, the dealio that we're doing today is flowers. I still haven't finished the icon that we're going to use, but that's okay. So I do have a ton of stuff that I need to finish as far as like for Artfight and just in general. So I think my plan for today is, hey, how's it going, Kit? My plan for today in general is going to be do the logo, do a single study, and let the community kind of do its draw. And then I'll be doing other things and I'll check back in regularly. Just because there's so much I gotta get done. Mostly just because I know a lot of people care that I'm in here the whole time drawing, but I also need to get other stuff done. So wow. You know, I'm alright, I guess. I'm alright, I guess. Mostly just drawing. I should probably go take my medicine. I forgot to take it. It's okay. It's just the case when stuff happens. I'm not going to be streaming next week because I'm going to be in Seattle. So I really want to finish Artfight with a bang. I have at least the 2 revenges to do, and I'm going to post a whole bunch of what's it called? I'm gonna finish up because I was doing the colors for the robots. So I'm gonna see if I can finish that really quick. appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. You am be here. You am good. Many thanks. Me am thankful for you being here. Ooh. So I got full of sleep. But Maha tried to wake me up at 5 in the morning. And I was like, Maha, no, you can't do that. That's insane. And then he came back, of course, at 6 a.m. to try to wake me up. And I was like, Maha, we really can't do that. Get in here, please relax. And as I was trying to control him a little bit because he was freaking out, the toilet went off and like spooked him and he started freaking out, and then he accidentally scratched the inside of my ear and it started bleeding. So that's how my morning started. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's right, though. It is what it is. Hey! Thank you for the resub. Nice. Thank you. 2 months. That's how that works. I can't believe it's already been a month since I have gotten access to subs and stuff. That's crazy. How time flies, huh? Three months since you got recruited. Oh, hey, Sal. Sorry about that. We usually have Firefox in the background of a whole bunch of other stuff, and so I can see that. But hey, welcome, welcome. Happy to see you. We're doing community draw day again. I also added a new command. If you type !magma in the chat, it will link the community so that you can join and then also join and draw. Yeah. So that should work anywhere. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. Hopefully that will encourage people coming in on Twitch to use the command. Oh, Mohammed. Let's see. What is this? Mohammed Saleh. Oh, hey, Saleh. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Today's theme is flowers. Anything you want to do? And hopefully, I'll be finished with this before the end of the. But we'll see. I'm feeling excited for this, and hopefully I finish on. Yeah, we did the whole roses study the other day, or last week, I guess. So maybe you'll feel confident in that. I gotta lock in. I know. I have to do a whole bunch of other stuff too. I don't feel that too strongly. Throwing some indie stuff too, so be prepared. Yeah. By indie stuff, do you just mean like non-flower stuff? Because I think that's fine. That's how we should pick next week's. Well, I guess we won't technically have next week's. I won't be streaming next week because I will be in Seattle. But that's how we should pick the next theme, is that whatever is kind of off topic or drawn should be the theme for the next week. I think you missed my message. Wait, what? There's some indie stuff? Got a ton of reading work for your vacation. I'm gonna be doing a lot of drawing work. I still want to see if we can do what's it called? I still want to see if I can do an entire sketchbook in that week. It's going to be about 10 pages a day, so it'll be a bit rough. But challenges are fun. I might just do like hand studies the whole time. 10 pages, like 70 pages of hand studies. If I do start a Patreon, I think that would be a very poor reward, though. Hey, you get the whole sketchbook. It's just 70 pages of different hands, and they're all kind of shit. I gotta get a scanner first, because don't get me wrong, the local library has a scanner, but thank you. It has to appeal to most people, not just Kit. I like to do some study. I think I might end up drawing a lot of like Absolute Martian Manhunter while I'm on vacation. I just really dig the character design that they have for them. I'm awful with like author names, but the artist on it really just did like a great job of creating probably one of the most memorable character designs in the last like 10 years, I think. It's at least the most recognizable character design, which is like, it's hard to do, right? That's my personal opinion, but it would probably be pretty easy to refute. It's just such a simple design, and it works so well for what it does. It's a green voice, you know? How can a voice be green? It's also really cool because it's like, it's not a superhero comic. I think that's the really cool part, is that it is cosmic horror, almost. Absolute Martian Manhunter. I think that's been a lot of fun, is the Absolute Martian Manhunter, not Marvin. Absolute Martian Manhunter has a whole bunch of like cosmic horror in it. I think it's definitely much closer to like, who's that racist with all the eldritch creatures? The Cthulhu thing. Anyway, and win Eisner for Best Art 2025. Javier is a genius. I think he has some fantastic ideas that really challenge a lot of preconceived notions about what can and can't go in like a universe like DC. So I'm excited to see how or if it even blends with the rest of the DC universe. Because I don't really know a ton about Martian Manhunter's like individual stories. I feel like he's always been more of a detective than just like a brawler. Whereas Superman, for example, is just like, he goes out there and he'll punch stuff real hard. HP Lovecraft, yeah, let's go. The colors are amazing. What I love the most about the colors is how they impact the story and how the story is the colors almost. He uses lighting as the narrative context, especially in the dichotomy between volume 4 and volume 5. That's awesome. I think that's so cool. The enemies of the villains of the story are like concepts, right? And that's really hard to nail down. And they do such a great job of abstracting. The earlier ones are very kind of like literal, this is blah, 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 blah. But then they have like fantastic jobs of like abstracting away thoughts and forms and ideas. And it feels like when I'm reading the comic, it feels like Javier is the Martian and they're trying to explain something to me. It's like they're saying something, I just can't understand it. A lot of people will say, I don't use red and white or yellow and white. And this guy makes it a masterpiece. Yeah. What's it called? When I'd previously seen the scene prior. In Comics Explained, but when he's dealing with the fire, right? And he has to comfort the one woman who's like, all of her family is in her, like the thought smoke behind her, right? The face is just gut wrenching, right? I think it's the first time I've cried at a piece of art that wasn't film in like probably ever, right? It just, when I read it on the page instead of just seeing it on this, like, also on the screen, but like, you know what I mean? Having the time to like look at it, to really take it in, to see everything sequentially, I think it contributed so much more. It was insane. I think the issue might be his best work. Issue 3. It's true. I think I'm starting to finally, because I don't really understand John Jones, right? I don't fucking get him, right? Like on some level, he is some sort of like non-communicative spectrum, right? And him and his wife have a relationship that was better, right? And I never really understood how the hell it was better because I don't fucking understand jack shit about this. Basically, yeah. This version of the character doesn't make sense. Well, it's because like they're getting at it, right? They're getting at it. It's like the meta narrative of who John Jones was before he was the Martian, right? Because at this point, he's like infused with this green voice from beyond the source wall, right? And like now they're kind of intertwined in a way that can't be like torn apart. And so how much of like John Jones now is how much of John Jones before, right? So with the not the latest episode, but the volume 4, we have this scene where it's like the wife exclaims, "I used to be able to look in your eyes and see you and understand even though you didn't say anything," right? And now it seems like there's a stranger in there. So to me, that piece together is how long has that been happening, right? Has it been since the Martian has been a part of John? Or has it like been this slow decline of John Jones losing himself in his work? And I'm interested and curious to see how that develops. Because obviously John cares about his family, his wife, his kid. He doesn't know how to express that. And the Martian seems like it cares in some degree, right? He's like, breathe deep your family and stuff like that. So I was really excited. The same person, so he was socially awkward since the alien trying to fit in the new custom. Martian seems to be a byproduct of the explosion. Martian develops after the event. Well, supposedly, the Martian, the way he explains it to John, is that the Martian saved John's life, right? And in doing so, altering the genetic code, healing him in the hospital, all that stuff, became entwined genetically with John Jones, according to the Green Martian, right? And so, you know, the Martian, quote unquote, whatever, right? There's this level of now John Jones is dead and John Jones is alive but the John Jones is now Martian Manhunter, right? Almost, right? But we haven't seen any like superhuman powers yet. We have like a little bit of durability in the sense that like he gets blown up and lives, and then everything else is kind of just like anything a normal human being could do, but that can also read minds a little bit. And so, you know, I want to know how John Jones used to be, and I feel like we're going to get that a little bit more as the series progresses. I want the resolution to be resolved with a happy ending, because that's always what I want. I like to see people overcome problems and maybe not go back to the way things were, but there's no reason for you to have to lose everything to make change feel valuable, right? And there's no reason that things have to go back to the way they were just because you didn't lose anything, right? I feel like people still change despite not having lost anything. And I think that in itself is just as powerful a tool as change gained through loss. Main universe John Jones, just Martian shapeshifting around. I feel like it's a lot more like autism coded for John Jones, right? Because John Jones feels like there's someone who is like a highly high functioning in the sense that they're very good at their job, and then maybe not as much in the interpersonal sort of feeling thing. Let's establish the fire. See, there is that, and then there's like the talk of like, what's it called? Them being able to like teleport because the Martian knows backways. I don't know how much of that is like floral language, right? And how much of that is real. And that's the thing, because of the way they write and like draw this, I have no idea of knowing how much of this is like literal sense and how much of this is like something that you write down for interpretive sense, right? Not just because of the art, because of the writing too. It's very floral language. It's very poetic for being written in a way that makes it feel very analytical. It's incredibly poetic, right? And it kind of tricks you into thinking it's being analytical because John Jones has this very kind of objective point of view. This because that, this because that's my experience. I am the narrator, sort of a thing, right? And we see a little bit of like the obvious floral language whenever the Martian is talking about humanity, right? Beautiful in their obsolescence, or what's it called? Gray specks of miserable excellence or whatever, right? When he's talking about the homeless people. And so that kind of distracts us from all the floral and decorative language and the very poetic language that is Jon Jones' boxy text, right? Because a lot of it is he's describing these things that can't be real, that can't happen. And so how much of it is they are real, we just need to suspend your disbelief for this comic book, and how much of it is like, oh, it's not actually real, but it's like the way to describe it that makes it feel more interesting to read, right? It's a very poetic thing. And I feel that's what really sets it apart. Because it has a very indie vibe in the sense that it is a comic book that is made to make you feel something over a comic book that is meant to like inspire you. I feel like a lot of comic book stories are meant to inspire you to action, right? To do the good thing, to be the better person, all this stuff. Super cool Easter eggs in some of the scenes. Hard to make it. What is the towel? Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. When he's at the marketplace in issue 2, whenever he's tripping out the signs. Oh, yeah. City to go back to normal engines. I mean, I really like how the Martian in volume 2, I think, how in volume 2 he is everywhere, right? He's in the mailbox, he's the baby, he's the sign, he's all over the place, right? It really gives this like disassociative feel that he is integrating, right? That the Martian is trying to like alter Jon Jones into a place where Jon Jones can understand, right? So I think that is really cool, but I don't know if that's like an Easter egg. I feel like that's like a very literal effect thing. Oh yeah. I feel like it's not psychological horror. I feel like it's psychedelic horror, if that makes sense, right? So it's less like the horror is coming from the breaking of the psychology, and it's more just like you are on this journey that you have no control over, and it's very psychedelic in the sense that there's colors you don't understand, there's emotions that you're hearing, and there's sounds that you're chasing, and it's this jumble up of like you're so out of your depths for understanding that you can't even understand why you're afraid. Which I think is really fucking awesome that they managed to capture that. Just quite frankly. Brain releases DMT. This whole comic feels like a hallucinogenic experience. Yeah. Absolutely. It is, I feel like it's gotta be the best example of unreliable narrator in like a visual sense. Right? Because there's other ones that are playing real coy with it, right? But this one insists that it's telling the truth to you. And you're still like, I don't know. Are you sure? So I think it's really fun. I think it's a really fun comic. I'm excited for Wednesday. And he got a message. I'm actually gonna send this to my friend and ask if they want to take a read to let me know what they think about it. Because they read a lot of manga, but they don't read a lot of comics, and so I'm wondering if they'd be interested in this. Um. Comic borrows from another classic called The Invisibles, also written by Grant Morrison. If you like the psychedelic experience and the motifs of Martian Manhunter, Absolute Manhunter, this comic is going to blow your mind. It sounds familiar. Why does probably because it's written by Grant Morrison, but why does it sound familiar? Hmm. Let me just look at a summary. Meditation and physical violence. Wait, is King Mob also Lord Fanny, or is King Mob separate from Lord Fanny? Oh, King Mob is... No, they're a different person. Ooh. Say you want a revolution. Oh. Telepath? I like how one of them's just like, boy, a former member of the NYPD. Cool, I guess. Fascinating. It's too late. Like the exploit system stuff. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. There's other stuff I'm doing. Hey, how's it going, Movie? We are doing the draw, community draw event. Do you exclamation mark magma? It'll add you, but I think you're already on the magma. I don't know. Today we are drawing flowers. Excellent time to do a study of them or whatever have you. Ah. Shoot, Move, we never did the thing that you wanted, did you? Did we? We gotta do your question, because we had like an art question that I didn't do. I meant to get around to it and I just didn't because I was busy. But I apologize. We'll try to find some time to do it whenever you're free. But I'll also try to make some time to at least do a draw over, a paint over of what you're asking. Do not have my opera as memorized. My opera piece as memorized as I would prefer it to be. My older drawings, finish it. Just doesn't look as good. A palette in CSP. That's a great question. How do I make a palette in CSP? I think it's window. No, that's not it. I think it is in window. Because I assume you're talking about something. Hey, how's it going, Noah? Welcome, welcome. I assume you're talking about something that's not the color set. You're talking about the actual like color palette that you can just add to the side and then. Give the baby a treat. Yes, sir. What's this? I know. It's just right there, though, unfortunately. But he has been given a treat. Alright, I'm gonna Google how to do it because I don't know how to do it. Color mixing palettes can be formed from window menu color mixing. So this looks like it is a Clip Studio Paint version. Okay, so window menu, color mixing. So it looks like it's just like a new thing. I don't have access to it. It was with the release of 1.12, which I assume is not in mine because I don't have it. Here, I'll send you this. Because this is what I see other people use, right? What's going on here? Didn't I add the sad toast? Oh, I didn't add it. Oops, hold on. A spider, nice. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, I got distracted immediately, didn't I? I did. Here is the link to the Clip Studio Paint thing. Apparently it's just window, and do the thing. New chat box? No, it's just Discord. Just Discord. And then I'm distracted immediately. I have done the opposite of lock the frickin'. I was just immediately distracted by everything on Discord. Basically, I was just adding the pensive bread emoji onto Discord. Ow, my hand. Make sure to stretch. Stretch and drink water. Oops, that's the wrong one. I'm so quiet because I'm trying to lock in and finish this so I can go and finish the other stuff that I have to finish. I'm not going to get very much sleep this week. That sucks. Don't be like me, kids. Do your work on time. Get things done when you're supposed to so you don't have to get them done when you have to. Same. Last week was a disaster. Not trying to have a repeat. Wait, of just like not doing any. Oh, I know, of finishing your art fight thing. That's fair, I guess. I can't criticize you. I'm about to do the exact same thing. Nah, it doesn't work. I think it's probably honestly fine. Where does it default to being over here? No, it doesn't. Alright, let's take a look around. Nice. Drawing some aloe vera. Very cool. Mod, kill that man. Not impressed by your performance? Oh, the magma drawing. Okay. I thought it was fine. I really like the strawberry at least. Mouth. Mouthwashing got removed from magma. That was crazy. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, Neko. How are you doing? Hey, nice. Thank you for the subscription with Prime. Did you get him or was it the Automod? It looks like it was the Automod. I don't know if there's anything else. It says likely ban evader restricted? I don't know. Just bots doing bot things, you know. That's why it's not moving my mouse. What the hell? Okay, cool. Flowers is done. Is there anything I can turn into a flower looking shape? There's a couple of places. I like the idea of maybe doing it here. Automod snipped them. Let's go. Snipped him like a flower bulb. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum. I think you spelled fine. I think you were trying to do that on purpose, to be clever and funny. And I think you succeeded. Remember, it's true as long as you just fucking lie about it. Just lie about it. Just do it. Everyone else is doing it. Why shouldn't you? Believe in truth, justice, and the American way. Lamau. Well, that's why you can't spell. Obviously. Think Americans can spell? That's fucked. That's just a gross misrepresentation of the truth. Hey, this is the American way. We have abandoned truth and justice, and we now serve greed. Yes, Neko is American. I actually know them. You're one of my friends. So, as much as we would like it, they don't count. So far, still all of the viewers are German. No, 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 no. Cut it. Cut the. No, false. Not true. No, no, no. All of the viewers are still European for the most part. Celebrations of bring the confetti down, take down the banisters, the signage, reel it back in, pull it, turn it off. It doesn't count. They're not real. They're like a bird. They're just like a government spy. Pony course back up. It's true. It's true. Put the dead horse back in the frozen lake. I should probably be looking at reference for this. Now I somehow need to reseal a shame point. I know, right? That's the tricky thing about the champagne, is that once you open it, it's really hard to like put back in. I wonder if these thorns will even be invisible and readable. Well, we'll find out. Let's try one more time to attach a different flower petal. I kind of like the way that worked. hope you look at your art the same way you look at ours. I mean, it depends, right? It has to have a very objective view, in my opinion, when I'm looking at it. Because my goals are very different from someone else's goals, right? So my goals in art are to make something that I enjoy, right? Visually as well as like, you know, narratively and everything. When I look at someone else's art, I don't know what their goals were when they were making it. It wasn't asking Comic Boy. Relax, chill. What I mean to say is that when I'm looking at my art, I have a very like proficient awareness of like what it is I was trying to accomplish. And the only standard I really care about is whether or not I reach my own standard. Right? And everything else is just more or less a tool to determine whether or not I achieve that metric. When I'm looking at someone else's art, there's so much that goes into it, right? First of all, the context of how someone presents the art to me or how I perceive the art, right? Art presented or given to me or offered up or whatever is a very different experience than art that I have discovered, right? So naturally, it affects the mind and it affects my perception of the art differently than if I was to, say, have the art given to me. And there's something to find enjoyable, something that you can like about any art, anytime. But whether or not that's at the forefront of your thinking when you look at a piece is very different from one instance to the other. And this is talking about, what's it called? More of like the draftsman sort of classical sort of painter drawing kind of art group. Yapping just to refuse to give yourself credit. Crazy. It's not just yapping to refuse to give credit, right? Anything that I don't mention, right? You need to like just assume that I am content with, right? Because when I talk to myself a lot, and what I talk to myself oftentimes is I'll point out things that I want to change to be able to make a mental note of it later. And so oftentimes what is heard is the perceived negative, right? And it's the exact same reason why people give like bad critiques, is that they just kind of want to tell you what they want to change, because that's the only context that anyone ever really has, is what they would change in art to make it look quote unquote better. And so the only way to get around that is to kind of just like be aware of it, I guess. And so when I'm telling myself what I would change, it's a very different experience than someone else telling me what they would change unprompted. But it sounds just as bad to an outsider. So I'm thinking about how would I create the thorn. I'm thinking of the thorn. Thorns have this kind of shape, right? They're modified leaves. So they come from a structure very similar to a leaf where they start as a little bud. And then somewhere around the center, more or less, it just, oh, there you go. Welcome, Pointless. How do I balance that out? Great question. it's one of those things where it's like, it's how you battled your own personal demons, right? Because it's the same mental faculty, right? The part of you that's going to see the change, it's going to doubt, it's going to do all that stuff, is kind of the same section of the brain that is in charge of, how do I say this? It's the same section of the brain that's going to be more objective, right? Now, a lot of people tend to be overly critical on themselves because we live in a society that is based around exceptionalism. Nobody saw that, never happened. All right, fair enough. Did this thought experiment where I tried to describe my friends out in the way I describe mine? What? Thought you were drawing a bird. No, it's a aloe vera. That's the word. But yeah, so I'm thinking about the context of this shape wrapping around a cylinder, right? So it's going to have very much this sort of a conical shape, but it's also going to curve, right? That's the underside of it. And so I really gotta find a way to balance that out. We'll see. Try to describe your art the way you describe your friend's art. Okay, that's a pretty good thought experiment. And if you're someone who struggles a lot with negativity, I think that's a really good exercise. For me, I'm not sure if I struggle necessarily with negativity, right? Like like when I say things and people are like, you can't say it like that. You have to say it in a positive way because you need to understand that you're growing. And it's like, yeah, no, I understand I'm growing. Don't worry. The stuff that I say to myself when I'm being mean to myself are just awful, right? I just, say that in the morning, get it out of my system, or say it at night, and then I like, whatever. And then we move on with our lives, or I move on with my life. Because the stuff I say to myself is like, you are actual garbage, you're trash, it's never gonna work out for you. None of this is going to make a difference. You're going to be forgotten. That kind of stuff, right? Those are the things that I say to myself, right? That are visceral attacks to the person. And I follow that up with, all right, it doesn't really matter to me though. What I'm trying to do is make myself happy with my art. So even if all of those terrible things that I said to myself are true, it doesn't matter to me because there are things that I'm trying to improve that can be objectively measured and can be objectively improved. I mean, to some people, right? That is quite literally, what's it called? Nihilism, right? It's nihilism, right? Nothing matters, so I can do whatever I want. And so you are no longer burdened by all the negativity that you come up in your own life, right? Mine, I don't know if I would describe myself as a stoic, right? Stoicism, I do strongly believe that regardless of what is emotionally happening within yourself, or what is like occurring externally towards pressures towards yourself, I believe that there is a path for the individual to take to understand their own emotions and control their outward and external behaviors, which I think lines up more with Stoicism. But at the same time, I also firmly believe that people build social structures that assist them to do this, right? These safety nets that we make for ourselves, where we have friends, we have community, where we have all these things. It's a very innate and human thing to do, is to have these structures to rely on, because it's hard to think of everything ourselves. And as social creatures, we benefit greatly from having someone else take some of the mental burden off. That's why whenever you see someone who's like, oh, I didn't get enough likes or whatever, and they get depressed, you got to think about how there is a lack of social structure in their life that means they are not getting the the feedback, that social safety net for their own psyche that they normally would have. 8 years ago? Optimistic nihilism. Yeah, excellent. Exactly. Is that what I was telling you about? I can't remember. I have terrible memory. If nothing matters, you can do whatever you want, right? You can choose what matters to you, which is kind of the important thing, right? It's not that nothing matters, so you can do whatever you want. It's nothing matters, so you get to choose what matters to you, right? And I think most people choose that. I don't like not hurting other people is kind of important to them. How they choose that the way other people see them matters to them. I think other people choose, all these things, right? I think even if you're working from like a nihilistic perspective where nothing matters, you can still like choose to have things that matter that kind of align with society because you live in system. You live in a societal system where actions have consequences, right? That's part of the social contract. So whenever people are like, oh, if nothing matters, why don't I just kill my fucking neighbor? Because you'd go to jail. Fucking dumbass. I assume you don't want to go to jail, but if you do want to go to jail and maybe get hit with a death sentence, sure, I guess, just fucking kill somebody. I don't fucking know. I wouldn't do that. That's not what I value. But if you value murder, fuck, go ahead. Christ. Don't put that fuck ass burden on me. The better answer than just go to jail, but overall, yeah. I mean, like, there's like any number of like reasons that someone can come up with because it's this sort of what is it? Not self-motivated, but it's this internal motion for valuation, right? For me, it'd be to go to jail because then it means I can't draw. Prevention of the thing that I want to do is what I am trying to avoid. But Neko knows way more about like philosophy and shit than I do, I'll be honest. I kind of just like, I vibe it out. My brother keeps telling me that I would make a great, what's it called? What's the one where it's like, where you're like living in the moment sort of a deal, right? He says I'd be a great monk because I have great sense of just vibing in the moment without a thought in my head. Because straight up, when I'm like kneading bread and like doing all this stuff, my mind goes like blank. Same thing with like art sometimes, is that especially with lining and stuff that's kind of just follow through on decisions, there's not really a lot of room for thought that needs to happen. So it does just kind of like ends up not like not mattering, but it does end up being a little bit more just automatic. But yeah. See, that are scary to listen to. I mean, they don't believe it, right? They don't really believe it. Because at the same time, they go and they spend like $5 to get a coffee from Starbucks, right? And it's just like, if nothing matters, why'd you get the coffee? And it's like, oh, because I like the taste. And it's like, so that matters to you. It's fucking first principles, bitch. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I shouldn't use words I don't understand. I think I made this a bit long. Yeah, okay, cool. Because people will use that bullshit excuse. If God isn't real, why don't I just kill? If this isn't blah blah blah, why don't I just blah blah blah? And it's like, brother, if eternity is real, you're not gonna give a shit about what happens to you. Eventually, you're just gonna like forget. Get by another. Can you speak no language? See, I got real upset with my friend who lives in California. I was like, you don't speak any Spanish? You live in California. And they're like, I don't fucking know. They didn't speak Spanish in my school. And it's like, that's wild. But I guess there's a lot of Americans that don't speak any additional languages. Like, I know Moob knows some French, right? And I think you know some French and German. I don't know how fluent you are in them, though. You, if I remember correctly, Kit, you speak Afrikaans, right? So that's at least one? Yeah, okay, cool. English. Okay, cool. Setswana, that sounds awesome. It's not something that I know very often. Setswana, Sesotho, and Isuzulu. Those are cool. I need to break down more of that. Mostly because there's, so I do want to make a African-inspired nation. So I think I've talked about this before, but in the book What Makes Man that I want to write, orcs are heavily inspired by Germanic culture. Elves are inspired by a French culture, language mostly in culture, and then what's it called? Dwarves get a lot of like Viking Russian inspiration. Because there was a big part of the concept of the culture that I was looking into, and was like Viking Swedish effects on the more Western tribes of the Russo continent. So I thought that was really interesting. I still need to like go in and do more research about that kind of stuff, but it was interesting to me at the time. I definitely want to do more of it. Oh, I wasn't finished with the sentence. I was still talking. Oh my god. And so the idea is kind of like humans in whatever area they spawn in, whatever, right? Same thing with like halflings being Portuguese, Spanish inspired, and the gnomes being Gaelic sort of inspired, Gaelic, Scottish, that kind of like northernish region of Europe. Of England, my bad. And so, which there's not like the Kingdom of England, but just like the kind of the Isles of there. That's funny on so many levels, Kit, because one, that is just kind of like how you say hello in a lot of German languages, and then it's also just like super close to the way you say it in English, which is always really funny to me. Like, I know I shouldn't say it, but because the Danish people have already suffered so much, but you know what? Fuck them. They kind of deserve it sometimes. How their language is just really silly sounding to Americans because it sounds like it's English, but like the vowels are the wrong ones. And so, you know. Wait, is it the Danish that invented the stock market? Who invented it? Was the Danes, right? What? I mean, like, recently they have suffered in the online space as far as being made fun of for their language. It was the Dutch Republic. Is that not the Danes? The Danish is different from the Dutch. Okay, never mind. The Dutch need to suffer more, I think, personally. Not like on an individualistic sense, but, you know, as like a cultural sense, I guess. Dutch of the Netherlands. Man, I'm so shit at global everything. I think they were the first to have a market crash. Those weird. Oh, the tulips. No, that's something different. That's more recent-ish. Tulips are an interesting one, for sure. I'm getting a little bit lost in the details here, and it doesn't matter too much. Which means that I should stop what I'm doing and I should continue. And yet, I persist. For why? Okay, okay, cool. Cool. That's good enough for that section. We're gonna move on to getting rid of a lot of these. Here, I've decided because the thorns aren't going to be as important on the interior, we're going to just ignore them. They're just not going to matter. Let's see. 1700s recent, older than... It has tulips. Hold on. Didn't tulips have a market crash, like, again, more recently? I thought there was a tulip crash in, like, the 90s. Was that something else? Am I thinking of, like, stock futures? That was in, like, the 1800s, though. They ate their PM? What? There was a concept that Neko was talking to me about the other day, actually, that I found really interesting about how forms of like politics, as far as like, you know, when you have a rule by one, it becomes a tyranny, right? And then when you have everyone being like individualistic, their own rulers, that's anarchy, right? And then all democracy kind of falls in like a spectrum between these two extremes. And so the smallest democracy you can have is ruled by like ruled by a party, right? Two parties. And it doesn't really matter how many more parties you have, because ultimately, that's the wrong button. That's crazy. it all kind of just devolves into a government that can't function without one party, right? So even if you have like a parliament system, eventually one party becomes necessary to win over to be able to function as a government, right? They explained it to me in the way that like right now, Israel's parliament system has one really far right conservative like party that you have to win over to be able to get elected, because if you don't win them over, the other person wins, right? You can't get enough of a majority. And so democracy, these like party systems end up kind of being more of like a social engineering thing, whereas like it's more designed for like which direction does the society want to go down, right? Here's the owie. Owie. Very important. Everyone must pause for the owie. Owie. But yeah. And so this belief that main point was to express the idea of political parties shaping people's thoughts. Right. Which kind of led into the fact that like the belief that one party system, like two party system over like a multi-party system is less about like people having a say, and it will always kind of like stratify into these things, and it's more about like the parties themselves are the results, or the direction the culture takes is kind of the way it was going to go one way or the other. I think I might have been phrasing that wrong in the wrong way. It's like less about blaming the party system and more about like finding a way to work within the actual system itself to get, you know, ideals that you want. And hopefully they're not, you know, generally negative ideals for the culture. Can't be fixed because the problem is a human problem. Yeah, that's very succinct way of putting it. That probably is not exactly the way I said it, but probably the way I should have meant it. Without entropy. Right. My politics senses. That makes sense. It's more about finding a way to initiate some sort of maintenance, right? Because the car will break down eventually. So what are you gonna have on hand? That's where this stream's sponsor, Allstate. That's not true. No one sponsors me. Especially not Allstate. What the hell? Why did I pick Allstate? I went to say AAA, but then I just like said Allstate. Which means nothing because most of my viewers are foreign. Nobody knows what the hell a AAA is. I'm gonna say that and they're like, video game insurance? What? Alright. Cool. Let's get some fun colors on this. It's too fat now, but it is whatever. I kind of like the way that I did fish more than I did food, right? Yeah, you gotta change out the batteries. But no, it's not like the batteries. the insurance that I said. But you do gotta change out the batteries on your political system. Yes. What's up? How may I assist? Am I drawing upside down? What about it? Is it because it looks like a penis? Or because it looks like the W looks like a femboy? Cock and balls. I see it now, yes. When it was right side up, it was a little bit of a concern. I was like, this is looking real squishy. I'm okay with this though. I do not mind. These are acceptable conditions. Oopsies. Femboy mentioned? Apparently, if you turn the W upside down, it looks like a penis. Like it's the legs and then you have the balls hanging down. Which, hey, if you know what? If you're ever drawing a femboy and you're like, man, I can't get these proportions right, just draw an upside down W, I guess. I saw a woman, but you do you. How do you see a woman? The vulva does not extend that far down. Like, you're out of your mind. Have I used too much y'all? Let's find out. Let's take a look around. I'm gonna glance around. Hey, there's some tulips. Aloe vera. Nice. That was an excellent drawing of an aloe vera. Holy shit. Looks awesome. I love it. Where is... Nice. I think it looks good. I think it is a very bright flower. You guys are so good with your flowers. Mine look like shit. They're so abstract. Probably should have used reference though. That would have solved all of my problems that I'm having with flowers as far as me liking them if I had used reference. Either that or bust. To draw Sabu quality femboys. That is... I think that's an achievable goal. Okay, we're gonna do colors now. And by that I mean we're going to move this down just a little bit. Right. Cool. From a commoner like me? Hell no. Wait, what? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Draw the Wish version. Wish version of the tulips? That's still too small. There you go. I'm sorry, I'm using many layers so I can blur. No, you're fine. There's no limit to the amount of layers that you can use. I do kind of wish that there were folders on this so that you could like specifically put people in folders. That way they don't get like lost or divided or whatever. Because sometimes what will happen is you'll start drawing, make a new layer, and it'll go like somewhere else or something will come in between. One day get to a point where I don't have to sign my art for it to be identifiable. That's the hallmark of making it as an artist. So that's something you can start doing right now, right? It's not about being proficient. In fact, the more proficient you are, the more likely you're going to be interpreted as a different artist, right? And it goes back to my really hot take that style is just the same mistakes over and over again. The only thing you need to do to have a style is have consistency. Choose literally anything, right? If you want it to be like, when I draw my characters, they have like really big shoulders, right? And everything else is more or less normal. If you do that every time and you find the colloquial like shoulder to an object, then you are going to do that. Not the rage bait take. 100 layers, you have nothing to worry about. The rage bait take is rage bait in a way, right? Because it is also kind of like, what's it called? It's nonsensical. You can't make the same mistake over and over again. If you do it on purpose, then it's not a mistake anymore. It's quite literally is the how to deny that proof, right? But, you know, it's more fun to say that it's a mistake. But yeah, you don't have to be super consistent to do it, right? Like, as long as you're drawing the shoulders bigger than normal, and you do that every time, that's what it is, right? The problem is being consistent is less about, right? It's less about being able to draw a line in the same place every time, right? There is not enough undos, no. I'm literally gonna clip your confession, make it my ringtone. Alright, well, that's fine, I guess. What I'm gonna say is, if you want to be consistent, the difficulty doesn't really come from doing the same thing over and over and over again, right? The difficulty comes from finding something that you are happy with repeating over and over and over again. As much as I love Frank Frazetta, no way in hell am I going to be using the same like themes and like character archetypes that he is known for stylistically, right? Similarly, I'm not really gonna draw like Kim Jong-gi, right? Because Kim Jong-gi has a very like specific style. So he found something that he enjoyed drawing over and over and over and over again. He stuck with it. You gotta find that, right? Difficulty comes from the lack of undo. Because realistically, the biggest problem with me finding a quote-unquote style is that I like so many different things that it's really hard for me to be consistent. And unfortunately, consistency in character choice, in archetype, in color choices, in style style, but in like, are you using hard lines versus soft lines, right? That kind of like discipline and adherence is not appealing to me. Which makes me a terrible artist, right? And also probably lends me towards being a better teacher than like an iconic artist, right? I'm sure maybe Proko dealt with this as well, because Proko seems to be a kind of all-around artist that is really good at general everything, but is not like so fine-tuned that they like, if I was to say, tell me about Proko's style, you would say, oh, he does a lot of gesture art, right? And that, probably not, right? Now, if I was to ask you to tell me about Mark Burnett's style, you'd be like, oh, he is really fucking saturated and he uses a lot of ambient occlusion. Because this guy does the same thing over and over. And Proko is not identifiably different from someone else who does gesture at a high level. Although that might be wrong. I may have also just not looked at enough of Proko's stuff. There is a preference towards simplification, so. Oh yeah, you're talking about Mark Burnett. Yes, absolutely. He was worked at Blizzard, right? So was it Blizzard? Same thing with Trent Kaniuga, right? Although Trent Kaniuga is a wildly different experience, art-wise. Did you do Riot? Hey, how's it going, Roll? We're talking about all sorts of stuff while we're drawing flowers. Well, I'm still drawing my title. Everyone else is drawing flowers. At this point, working at Blizzard is the best base for clout. I really don't think so. But that's more of just a personal thing, right? It's the same way that people are like, oh, Disney is the best way to boost your career. And I'm like, Listen, I have respect for some of the artists that work at Disney, but it's not because they worked at Disney. Let me tell you, the cream always rises to the top, fellas. Fellas and femmes. Is that, can I say that? Is that the opposite of fellas for women? I don't fucking know. Alright. Make this a little bit bigger. There is something I want to try with this. Because I don't want to just make an outline every time. Because the outline is kind of boring. I liked what I did with Dreams, where I did something with the outline. So I'm definitely going to do something along those lines. I'd give 15 years of my life to work at Boom Studios. I'm pretty sure working at Boom Studios would take 15 years of your life. I don't know. I don't actually know. Well, don't give up a body part. There's so many things you could use those body parts for. You'll never know. You'll be like, man, I wish I could join this OnlyFans site sort of a thing, but I only have the one foot and people really like both of the feet. I almost lost my eardrum this morning. I swear to God, I felt like he ruptured my eardrum when Maho woke me up. This claw got right in my inner ear and then it hurt like a bitch. The second I was like, that's bleeding, isn't it? Couldn't feel any like liquid and I was like, maybe it's not bleeding. And then like 10 seconds later, I was like, it's fucking bleeding. God damn it. I want to work for Games Workshop since they are just down the road. That's pretty cool. I think Games Workshop is alright. I think they gouge a lot with the prices, but that's kind of what they have to do, right? It's their only way to make money is to basically just charge too much for stuff and then be really big dicks about their IP. That's that money helps where I live. That's true. Star Citizens, since they are just down the road. That's crazy. I can definitely understand wanting to do it. Just because I've never personally wanted to work for a company that I can think of. Maybe, you know what? I think the one that I wanted to work for once was Rooster Teeth, right? But it's just really hard to want to do that after a while because they are kind of just, not like they were assholes and stuff, but they were kind of just like a culture that was really not working for me in the long run. I still like a lot of the early stuff, and I do appreciate the other things. It just ended up being like a humor of making fun of other people, right? Which is funny in its own right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's really funny. I just feel like I would be terrible in that fucking environment because I would take it way too far in an attempt to try to be funny, and it just would not work. Just like complete backfire. I disagree. It's so played out. No, I think it's fine. The companies, it's the location. That's fair. I mean, that's kind of what I'm going to be doing here in August, probably. There is a brunch restaurant opening up more or less down the road. And I'm basically just... what's it called? I'm gonna see if they have like an opening for a morning shift where I can be home by noon, and then there we go. Realistically, I just need to be able to make $400 a week, and then that covers my rent, right? It would be a real shit, but at the very least, it'll probably like hold my savings off for a very long time, which would be nice. Care for the company, like it's $400 a week. Yeah, $400 a week to make rent. That's not even for like food and stuff. That's just for rent and electricity. So keep the heat on and have a place to sleep. Which isn't too much if you have like a regular paying job. The problem is if I just want to work like morning shifts or something, I'm probably not going to get paid a ton, I'll be honest. Just the way it is. But that's okay. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it to just have something to hold over until streaming and art take over. Hopefully. Utilities are mostly included, yes. I am taking it into account when I say that. I don't know how much it'll protect against inflation and wage stagnation. Like, it probably won't. I think my rent goes up to some degree at the end of the year. I don't know by how much. And then the electricity is kind of just, like, variable month to month based on how much air conditioning I'm using. Right now it is 80 degrees outside, so Fahrenheit. So I think that translates to about 26 degrees Celsius. No, because 27 is 70. So that's probably around like 28-ish. 400 isn't that quite cheap. I'm at the moment without special foods around 1500 as well, and my flat is really cheap compared to people I know. Exactly. 1200 a month is my rent, more or less. So compared to a lot of other places, I think it's quite good. Plus the location is really nice because I'm near my friends. I get to see them regularly. So it makes me happy. But I don't know. I got a lot of stuff I gotta get done this week, so I might have to sacrifice stuff to get the work done, as they say. I'd say compared to a lot of people, I'm pretty weak as far as like willpower goes. Like if I'm uncomfortable, mildly so, I will choose to go towards something else, right? I'm definitely the kind of person that goes for the path of least resistance as much as possible. So yeah, it depends. I'm gonna have to cut opera. Probably not. I'll probably do next semester, but because of the way like stuff is gonna work out, I don't think I'll be able to. Well, one, I can't afford it. Right? It's $100, which is fantastic for college, like a whole semester of like college stuff. But two, I really won't have the time. If I do end up getting the job that I want, where quote unquote wants, right? If I do end up getting a job that I want that serves my preference of working in the mornings and doing that, I'm not going to get any time to sleep. And I'm not going to have any time to practice for damn sure. Because, you know, money goes up, inflation happens, right? Inflation is the sign of a healthy economy as long as you are managing it, right? I think it's like, why is it some, oh, that's me. Welcome to the chat room. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, it does work. Nice. I got a message on Discord. Hold on. I think I'm genuinely considering like paying everything in cash from now on. I mean, they have usually big flats or rented houses, but damn, paying that much. Place live is insane. In my mind, it's not that they earn like double from my income, usually more around 20% more than I make. Wait, what? I listened to some of my friends telling me they pay alone for rent, heating and stuff. Jesus Christ. because of all this Stripe MasterCard bullshit, right? Because my card is Visa, but you know, I don't really. If the best way for me to say something is to use my wallet, then shit, I guess I'm gonna use my wallet. I really don't like the idea of threatening things. I also don't like the idea of like making a big fuss about stuff. If I don't like something, I will just leave. I am not the customer who is going to whatever, right? The company is not going to know what happened. It's just going to lose my business. Same thing with like a group chat, right? If something happens in the group chat where it doesn't make me happy or I don't feel comfortable anymore, I'm just gonna leave, right? I'm not gonna make a big fuss or say anything. Because I know there's a lot of people that do. That like to be like, everyone attention. I've been on this server for 10 weeks or whatever, and I just needed to say that this has been the worst experience that I've ever. Bro, just get the hell out. Leave. Why are you trying to do something? Anyway. So German, we would want the rise of cash, especially coins. That's fair. Do you guys do a lot of the like exporting of like metals or coins? How does that work? Nobody cares, little bro. Exactly. Really common here to pay in cash. Oh, interesting. The flip side of that, right, is like if you never say anything, nothing ever changes, right? That's the whole argument behind like, oh, why shouldn't you just leave the state or whatever or the location if the politics or whatever are going badly for you, right? For example, there's been a lot of like trans people who are evacuating states that are becoming inhospitable to them, right? And the counter argument that they're receiving for just doing that, right? Well, first of all, always take your own safety into concern first, right? But the counter argument is that if you leave, there's one less person who's supporting your rights, right? In that state, right? So the people who are trying to fight for trans rights have one less person that they can count on to voice against a regime change, right? And it contributes to the divisiveness, right? Similarly with like, I guess you could say if you don't pressure MasterCard into doing it, just seek an alternative. They lose business, sure, and they just whatever. And instead of having them change the policy to be more open to the consumer base, what it does is it allows them to fail and open another company that's going to be even harsher or stricter on this sort of thing. Blah, 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 blah. Need to go shopping, huff, and drawing. Bye. Have a good one, Moob. It is something to consider. Not for like, because it should change your mind, but because to be able to understand someone else's like ideas and like thought process and stuff, it really helps to understand what's going on in their head. That's why I'm so pissed at my fucking friend, because we're playing the goddamn Clue, the logic game this morning, where it's like, haha, you follow all the logic steps, right? And he gets it right every time. Like all of them are green, and he solved it like a minute faster than me, and I've got like some yellows and stuff. I'm like, bullshit. You gotta be cheating. That was a bullshit logic step that they gave. I hate it. Anyway. Many countries that are better for them to even go. There's other states in the United States that are better for them to go. So there's that at the very least. All right, let's. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits.
Sprungy, how will I send these messages if I boycott MasterCard?
That is the big problem, right? That is the big problem because they are so ingrained in everything. How you can't, right? There is no option, right? The only way for me to do it would be for me to open up an international bank account in like South Africa so that you can use whatever local monetary transaction device is available to be able to do that. My bit badges, little bro. Is there a bit badge? I don't. What? Oh, badges like little bit icons, you mean? I have an idea for those. Hold on. Is it like you're talking about the cheer icons, right? I don't know if I can change those. Can I change those? Custom hand-drawn ones? What? I don't. You gotta point me to where I gotta do the bit badges. Emotes? Power-ups? Rewards, maybe? This is different. So right now, open a reward campaign. Huh. It's different. This is not the thing. Emotes? Your sweaty labor on my profile. What? You have a custom channel sub badge? I don't know that. How do I do that? Where is that? Oh, the bit bits tier emotes. Okay, I see. Biggest tiers, upload unique emotes starting at 1,000 and higher. Learn more about bit tier emote here. Is that what you're talking about? Where it's like once you have given 1,000 bits, you get an emote badge? Well, that's emote, I guess. It's not like a badge? Okay. Well, if you like, if you're gonna, so my thing is like the first person to get to the rank is the person who gets to decide what the rank is. So right now, I think you're on track to getting there, but so that's gonna be that's not a badge though. It's an emote, I think. They stream together. That's different. Streaming tools, monetization settings. How do I channel sub badge? Cheer badges. Twitch. Custom cheer badges. Chat badges. I don't think I can change the cheer chat badges. Can I? And King Cat Haggard, which is channel support. Action definitely only appears in the channel where you earned. It only appears in the channel where you earned it. Your sub gift badge lasts until your sub expires. Your badge levels up permanently in the channel where you earned it. Okay. It looks like the cheer chat badges are, I can't change them. Those are just the ways they work, right? But people who cheer a certain amount of emotes gets 1,000. No, the first person to cheer 1,000 gets the, what's it called? Gets bits tier, right? 10 subscriber points, and then I get plus 1 standard emote slot and 1 animated emote slot. Oh my god, we gotta get there first. We gotta get there first. Okay. Oh, we do have space for animated emotes. Oh, what the hell? We gotta do something about that. Power ups and rewards. That's different. I shouldn't be dealing with this live on TV. I should be dealing with this later. I was talking about coming for those bits. Coming for the bits. Just the bits. There is, and let's see if I can find it. It might just be on my phone, which would not be fun. I want it to be on my computer so I can share it to everyone. No, I have this one and I don't have the other one. Ah. I'll put this one in the chat because I'm pretty sure it's there. Go a ways back. Ways more back. We gotta find the dwarf lady. Where is she? Where is my dwarf lady? My dwarf lady is way the hell far back, though. We're getting close. I like them. So we're gonna go with bum bum bum. Here's the dwarf lady. Where's the picture of the thing? Did I never take a picture of it? That would suck. Why didn't I do that? I must have. No, here it is. Here we go. Okay. I have it. I have it. So this is what I was thinking as far as like a chat badge or something, right? For like bits, I guess. So basically there's like a little gremp, like a demon or whatever. He's holding a gem, and the gem is the color of the badge, but we can't do that because I can't control those badges. So yeah, it is what it is. Darn shame. Oh well. So it's in the general chat or the Discord, but that is the general gist of the idea. remember making that for a campaign. I enjoyed it a lot, but it was kind of just memed on, so it's whatever. If we can have it be a custom bit emote, or perhaps maybe custom channel points, we'll see. I mean, I'm not like, I literally just got the idea just now from when you were talking about a custom bit emote, because I thought it'd be fun. Oh, okay, we can just make it whatever color the bit is. Oh my fucking god. Just like having it clip the lawnmower activate my PNG tuber. It's ridiculous. Alright. I will consume the soul of whoever disgraces your ear. Art. What art? Wait, what? Disgracing what art? No one's disgraced my art. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? That's the second time I've used that today. I hope that's not the thing I'm gonna say for the day. Kit's badge collection is starting to intimidate me. They resubscribed for like another 2 months. So So fun fact about the iris. The iris was my grandmother's favorite flower. And I think it's an overall very pretty flower. When I was a kid, I didn't really understand that it wasn't like just what's it called? Because the plant itself without the flower kind of just looks like grass, right? And I had no idea. And I accidentally was just like cutting a bunch of it because I wanted to like cut stuff because I had a rock or a knife or something and I was using the grass for something else. I don't know. It's literally turning into Larfleeze. I like Larfleeze. Larfleeze is great. Anyway, long story short, I accidentally was ripping up a whole bunch of her irises. And I didn't realize that. So on my wall, I have a painting I did from my grandmother, which is an iris. So yeah, the iris is a plant that matters to me a little bit. Not a terrible amount, I suppose. Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls is also a favorite song of mine, but I think that's for different reasons. I need to look up a picture of an orchid. This would have been peak. Apparently. Control bit patches. Walk into the factory. We welcome you in peace. Wait, what? Lock into the factory? Yeah! And I'd give up forever to touch you. 'Cause I know that you feel me right now. When everything feels like the movies. Yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive. Orchids. Nope, that's wrong. New tab. Orchid. What the hell is going on in this image? Oh, those are all buds. So it does grow like that. Hold slider up. So, okay. The context for me knowing this song is that, so basically, I was watching an old Machinima, which, by the way, Machinima is like my first real awakening to like, man, I really want to write narrative stories, right? And not like Machinima the company, I mean like Machinima the art form, where you use a video game to basically puppeteer stuff around, which I thought was awesome. Yellow has been my favorite color since you told me. Come on, bro, the meat writing is wild. I think the meat writing is kind of the goal, though, so can you blame them? So here what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm trying to look at silhouettes and stuff. And anyway, so this one Machinima I loved growing up. Maybe we'll do like a watch through as a community, see if I still love it or if it's mid. I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna love it. I thought it was really funny. But they did the Michael Bay character can only speak through songs way before Transformers, I think. Hold on. I gotta Google this to find out. When did this come out? When did this come out? Machinima took it off YouTube? Oh my god. It's back on YouTube, apparently. In 2008. When was the first Michael Bay Transformers? Ah, shit, 2007. What? Never mind. So they probably grabbed it from Transformers. I thought they would like get it first, but anyway, my main thing was what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So this is I'm trying to do silhouettes. So I'm kind of just like grabbing what is the basic of this form. For an orchid, it appears to be like 2 elephant ears and like a little elephant tongue or whatever, right? And so I'm going to try to shape these in the direction of wherever it is in silhouette. And I'm going to try to pick apart the places where it will be most identifiable, right? So I'm not going to try and put these shapes someplace where they're going to blur together too much. And I'm going to try to make sure that I'm keeping these shapes in perspective, in a sense, right? Once I get enough in place, it kind of like the forms that aren't recognizable will default into this like silhouette shape or whatever form. And so I can go ahead and just get away with whatever I want, really, once I feel that the visual language has been established. You could probably use one here to fill in the space. Maybe one here. I'm pretty sure that the leaves are just really big. Because the way that orchids form is that they have little itty bitty tiny seeds, right? And the seeds get blown away in the wind. And then when they like nestle into like little cracks and shit on trees or rocks or whatever, they kind of like take roots and they start to grow, like air grow with all these like air vines and stuff. And then they, what's it called? They just kind of like latch onto like literally the sides of stuff. And it's a lot of fun to see them grow. This is opposed to like a rose, which is on a bush that sometimes gets picked. So I don't want to draw that too much. I have one of those in the main center here. What I want to draw is carnations, because I like carnations. They're very subtle. They're not recognizable, right? Anyone sees a carnation, they're gonna think, oh, that's just a rose. So I kind of like that. I want to get more of like the stem involved. So it looks like the stem is probably going to be a little bit more. Iris flower is my orchid. What? But orchids have a different sort of like shape. Way much more sense in my head, but whatever. I think what you mean is that... Wait, debunkled? What's happening? Hold on. That's why you're the best Twitch streamer ever. What's happening? I completely missed something. Form your own opinion. The Sprungy has debunkled himself on stream. Wait, what? Not insisted on it being based on anything. Oh, the Transformers thing. Right, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, no, it's... I wanted to, because they did the exact same trope, and it worked so well. It was so fucking funny. The meaning, interesting. I thought you meant like the image of the flower that you had in your head when I said orchid looked like an iris, is what... That's the way I interpreted it. I think it looks a little bit more like a dandelion then. Should probably draw a lily. also. Because lilies are crazy. The one time I drew a lily was for Harry potted that seemed completely fine. Wilted down, grew a tiny leaf. Yeah. Well, I think that's the way memory already cleared. The meaning. Moob had to go do some shopping. What's I talking about? The last time I drew a lily. The last time I drew a lily was when I was drawing something for what I wanted to do was like make a cover for Midsummer Night's Dream, right? And I wanted to draw Puck because I love Puck. I love Puck so much. And because I just like mischievous little guys, right? Silly little fellas, you know? Rambunctious little ne'er-do-wells. I think that can be fun. Besides the fact that he didn't do anything wrong, he was only doing what he was told. He thought it was for a great laugh, so. 2 GB cards that come with it. No, don't do me like this. You can't do me like this because it's true and it's mean. Where is my I think I shared this before. I don't think there's any way I haven't. I'm gonna put it in the Discord and you guys let me know. But yeah, I wanted to draw this as like a cover for Midsummer's Night's Dream and then submit it to a publisher and be like, hey, would you guys be willing to buy this as a cover for this? And my art teacher at the time was literally like, yeah, that's not gonna work. And then they looked at the like all the stuff in the top left and they're like, what is that, like different countries and stuff? And I'm like, it's the outline to the trees. I haven't finished it yet. And so this is actually one of the art teachers that I liked, but they're also kind of just shit at being encouraging in the right way. They were like encouraging, they felt like very encouraging to like do whatever you want, but then also like what he really meant was do it like he does, you know? Thank you. And yeah, that's why drawing trees is hard. I was at war with trees for a very long time. I still am. We have a tentative agreement, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I was drawing lilies, wasn't I? I don't think they'd be that good. They just look like what's his name with the Fantastic Four, the stretch and stuff. Hey, welcome Turtle. Welcome. Happy to see you. I did see the Bumble. I drew it. I don't know if that would really be an appeal for like a variant cover though. Like I don't even know how I start getting inside of that kind of area. I guess I just like draw a whole bunch of like variant covers of like comics. And then eventually if someone likes it enough, they offer me a job? Question mark? What is the quid pro quo for that? I assume? Text but variant cover 101. I need to work a lot more on my like composition before I start like trying to think about breaking into doing variant covers for comics. I need to make friends also. I'm bad at making friends. Like I don't have any artist friends that actually fucking do anything. So I can't be like, oh shit, I love your comic series. Could I do like an alternate comic book cover the next time you do it or something? Do you sign an exclusive contract with Marvel like Peach did? I don't think I'd sign an exclusive contract with anybody, I'll be honest. I maybe if it was like the narrowest possible description, right? Where it's like you will only do comic book covers to the exclusion of the top 10 comic book publishers, right? I know a guy that could hand deliver your art to DC, trust. Sure. I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet with the consistency, with the illustration quality that I want, with all that. Because that Bumble took me a week, and the Cloud is very impressive. And I really like the way that I rendered the character. But Bumble is a character that is built around very large shapes, right? And it doesn't have to deal with a lot of the details that I would like to portray in the face. So the character rendering turns into more of a material study, because the face is not a material, right? The face is a shape and it's a color. Dynamite Comics 2. I mean, I'd be down to like anybody who loves my art to see my art. That's kind of just the only thing, right? That is, I need to talk to Spooky to see if they have alternate comics, because I know they have some not published comics, but they've made some lewd comics, and I want to see if I can do like alternate covers for them. But I'd have to really get good at like shadow placements. I think that's what's lacking right now, is that my composition is a little bit mid. I think Bumble was a very lucky piece because the Cloud looks really good and it frames the character very nicely. The ground could use a lot of work. If I'm being honest with myself, all I thought was like hilltop, and I added a lot of texture to the hilltop to simulate grass, but I added a lot of texture without understanding what I was drawing, without using reference, right? And so it really is kind of like a matter of just, practice, do stuff. Sure. But the execution on the hill was very weak, in my opinion. Because you gotta remember, that wasn't my original thought, and I almost didn't do thumbnails for that piece. I only did thumbnails because I was asked to do it. So it could have been very different. And I would have sat there and struggled for a very long time. Not using reference is my biggest weakness. It is really, it is absolutely 100% my biggest weakness. Because when I'm drawing these lilies from reference, right, and they look pretty decent, I think, as far as silhouettes go. But like the iris I did from memory because I did it. The tulip I obviously did from memory. Look at that shit. This one's just like a basic ass flower. Maybe it could be a daffodil. I don't think a daffodil looks like that though. I think the daffodil has the trumpet thing. 2 liver transplants. I need a counter for every time Sprungy discredits himself. That would be like if you were an editor and you put in like a discredit counter, you would die. It's not just, you gotta also remember, it's not discredation, right? It's looking at it at a very, this is how professionals will view the art, because this is what they consider. when they give people money, right? So it's just a very difficult industry to be in because there's all these things you got to keep track of, especially as a freelancer, right? As a freelancer, you would be out of your mind thinking that you're going to be able to get some alternate covers or whatever. I don't even know how to start, right? That's my problem, is that I don't know where to start to do, like, get into animation, right? It's all like, oh, just make a portfolio and do the stuff. And it's like, I have been trying to make a portfolio for like the last 5 years. I suck at making portfolios. Anyone that's like, oh, just make a portfolio and then go and apply. Find the places that use your art style. I have been told by so many people that I do not have an art style, right? And to me, it's been impossible to find because there's nothing I really want to focus on. And so that kind of translates to maybe I am not really fit for any sort of like industrialized arts. Identify a sprung piece from a mile away. You can identify the one sprung piece that has been fully illustrated because there is only one sprung piece that has been fully illustrated. That's not recognition. That is, you know, the piece. I think I actually want to do a daffodil for the last one. I always say daffodil and I don't actually know what it looks like. I have an idea for, like, it looks like it has a trumpet piece and then it has like surrounding flowers. Yeah, it's exactly what I described. Discredit count +1. What? What do you mean? What, the daffodil? This one is a lily. Or it is a group of lilies. Tends to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 petals surrounding a formation in the middle. Like if I had somebody blind show you a piece that you've never seen of mine, which would be very hard to do because you guys at this point have seen all of my pieces. They're all kind of pretty much the same. No, sorry. They're all kind of really different in the sense that they're not very recognizable. Stylistically speaking. I don't stick to like watercolors like Frank Frazetta, or like paints like Frank Frazetta. I don't do like just watercolors like a lot of good artists that I can't remember the name of at the moment. Peach is probably a good example of a watercolor artist. She has a very recognizable style in the sense that she does a lot of fusion between Western and Eastern style, like cartoon styles. And by that, I mean she just does Eastern style cartoons, but with Western characters. Username lives free in my head. It's like top 10 of all time. So it's God's Left Moob, which stands for man boob, right? That's also because Moob is doing a lot of the interrogation for like new people that come in that like try to do like AI art and stuff, right? Basically, they're identifying whether or not people are actually bots or stuff. And I gave them the mod title, which is Blade Runner Moobles, which I thought was really funny and they kind of liked as well, apparently. They laughed about it when I told them about it. the very least. Oh shit, that reminds me. I have the fucking entire movie from that thing that I was working on, right? So Black T remembers because Black T ran away when I was doing the voice acting stream. We have the full movie, right? I can't share it because they haven't released it publicly, and I don't know if they will. But what I can do is maybe Saturday, since we can do like a community day where we watch the short film. It's a French film about a French animation project film, right? A school film about how basically fascism leads to, or not fascism, it's how eugenics leads to a horrible world with fascist intent. Hooray! And they kill some people. Big words, I'm lost. I did the voice acting for the beginning and one of the original character, like one of the characters that comes up. So I'm going to at least snip those parts out and put them in my like video reel and maybe pin that on my Blue Sky if I can pin stuff to the top. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's add a layer. Flip to layer below. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, I don't want that. I want this. 100 pixels. That should be fine. And then we're gonna go just pick some random ass colors like this. I want brighter though on the spectrum. I really want that one to pop. So let's make it like a, what don't I have in that area? A blue. I need like hue scattering. Color dynamics. Yes. Is this going to, no, foreground, background. Hue jitter, that's the thing that I want. Let's do maybe 50%. That was kind of intense. Okay, that was really intense. Actually, I like those darker tones down towards the bottom. That's cool as hell. And then I do want to grab my blending brush and then just kind of... maybe not like that. Maybe not like that. Can I apply a Gaussian blur just to this layer? Yes. Not, that's definitely too much. Whatever. It's probably fine. Actually, we want something contrasting in this area. Similarly. Red, I want to contrast it like cyan. Same thing, but let's contrast it with like a green. That's too muted of a color. No, that's awful. Ew, David. Actually, I was using purple for this one, so why not just go there? And then underneath, we can go a little bit bigger. I think it was like 150 is where I was at. Okay. I like the flower font. I will hear no other opinions or objections. Looks at Maho, what kid says. Wait. I missed on so much. It has already been 3 hours, right? It's insane. Oh, I thought you did that for a game. What was it? I did run away, it's true. Big words, I'm lost. I thought you did. I wish it was for a game. I think a game would have been way more fun. I did Clover Space Beat, but Shin La 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 has kind of dropped off the face of the earth. I hope she's doing okay. She was not in a good place. She's never in a good place mentally, so... It's me up, Sprung. You were 3D printing last stream. I did 3D print something last stream. I printed a duck for my friend's birthday. We'd been making jokes that his wife is just going to Target and buying their son monster trucks every time. So I got him a monster truck so that he didn't feel left out. I 3D printed him like a little monster truck duck. Factory isn't going to operate itself. We need to work in the Magma sweatshops. We should petition to have the Magma canvas name changed from Sprung's gang to Sprung's sweatshop. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Do what kid says. I like the flower font restrictions. Let me look at it. Let me see what it looks like without. That's some crazy variance. There's so much saturation above and not as much saturation below. Crazy work. Crazy work. Absolutely insane. Okay, cool. That takes care of that layer. Or does it? No, it does. It does. It does. And I don't want to... Now let's do this next layer. And this is the one. Actually, let's... Before we do it and clip it, let's go ahead and let's turn all of this stuff back to 0. So I don't forget about that and fuck up something I really don't want to. What is it? Is it like the higher up you look at the sky, the darker it gets or the brighter it gets? I think it's the darker it gets, right? Stretch and hydrate. Stretch. Yeah. Get some water. Get some tea. Let's just look up a picture of the sky. It gets darker the higher you get. Cool. Keeping my back intact. Oh gosh, fine. I'll stand up. My chair moved. That's good enough. All right. So we want a darker, more saturated blue towards the top. We want to work our way down to a less saturated blue towards the bottom. Oops, wrong one. All right, let's start working on an actual way to do this. Logos are cool and all, but the drawings were always so much more exciting. I know, I meant to do this like way before. It's not because of intent, right? It is entirely just because I even started today. I started at 9 a.m. I started drawing this logo, right? And I just did not finish in time for the stream. I need to do them last night, I guess. What's Turtle doing? Oh, nice. Wait, no, I'm not looking at Turtle. I'm looking at Pointless's. It doesn't really matter for that one. The canvas is what? The canvas is finally coming? What? Just write flower. You don't need to prepare shit. I like it though. I like it because it feels good. Where do I go to draw? You can go wherever. I just have this red marker, right? So that I can grab a screenshot without moving out somebody else's piece or whatever. Because sometimes what'll happen is that someone will draw into the space and then it will be very hard for me to basically just makes it kind of hard to take a picture of it for later. Mm-hmm. I haven't really thought about how light is interacting with these fields or necessarily how they are going to like catch light or do anything else. So this is really kind of just more of like a background mid-tone sort of a deal to get some of that texture going. Probably not the best texture brush in mine. I think this one might be a little bit better. Yeah, I like this one a little bit more. Okay, so we're starting to see something in front of something else. Sort of like these dune-like shapes through the hills. I definitely want to have like this color come from the back here to make it look like this hill is more in front of that one. Same thing with this one. I want to have a lot more of these like sun colors come up through here. still want some of these like blue shadow colors because they're really nice. I do want like the darker colors more saturated colors to be in the back. Do you start over? God forbid you don't consider where the hills catch light on the background for a font you'll only ever see in a small area of the campus. Light decay a little higher now. No, yeah. So what's gonna happen is I'm going to hit this clip layer and it's going to just like snap in place. Because I really liked the way that did that. The only thing though is I wish this had, like, I could make a selection from layer. Because I think I can. What is it? Under selection. So there is like edits. Maybe, I guess there's not a selection from layer. Have a good one. Wait, who else left? Wait, what? Did someone leave? He's making the background. Yeah. Middle of the canvas would be fun. Oh, maybe we can do like planets the next time, right? And so then the logo is the center, right? And it's shaped like a sun, and then everything around it. Or we could do like space. Hi, Roll. Thanks for coming by. So yeah, basically the logo is the centerpiece, right? And then everyone draws around the logo and has to observe light in that way. That'd be interesting for sure. I can see the vision. I can see it. What are the average colors of flowers? Let's just pick colors from... Holy shit. Has anyone seen what an Asiatic lily looks like? This has got to be AI. No fucking way. No, wait, this one I believe is real, but the fucking... There's no way that one's real. Apparently Forever Susan's... What the hell? Look at this shit. I'm posting it in the Discord. That's insane. Green flowers. Trying to just look like the average flower color. Tends to like, it leans more towards purple, then red, then blue, then white in that order. And these are a little bit warmer in hue because they're on the sunny hillside. Actually, once they hit that, they're gonna be a little bit more this color because they're on the background. All right, let's get like a yellow in here. Probably get like a scatter brush to do this, actually. I don't know if I want to use like a splatter though, because the splatter, what's going to happen is it's not going to get it right. You know, it's going to like vibe it away, sort of a deal. So more of that purple hue. Not the same purple hue, a different one. Maybe we introduce a different shape. Maybe I start doing like a wiggle woggle. A wiggle woggle, yeah. Maybe that'll differentiate it from the other one. This way has some... Turtles one's absolutely sending me. I need to look around. Apparently I need to look around now. Nice! Oh, the line art looks so good on that. What the hell? It's awesome. Excellent work. Nice. Good corn dog. I'm still waiting for Black Tea to draw something. Laser focus. We're gonna zoom in on Black Tea. Ah! Alright. Zoomed in. Yep. You're watching. We're waiting. This is a cattail. It's not edible. Don't you think it ought to be? Me want bite. Me want to plant corn dog delights. If I reduce the size even more, I can do a bigger drag. Here we go. There we go. That's more what I'm looking for this color. Let's fucking go. Yes. Yes. I love it. I don't know how many of those are going to be visible. Different texture, different flower. Let's fucking go. All right, and then blue. And finally we want some orange and some whites. too much. Eek! Oh, my spine. That's not the sound that it's supposed to make. Maho has moved. Gas. He's on the couch. He's looking at me very concerned. Find a pond. A pond is a good place to be, I think. I think ponds are cool. think I really like clouds. I think they're my favorite thing ever of all time. I hope we get even better at drawing clouds. Just whenever I have to draw clouds, way too random. I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish with it. What are your goals with the cloud? What feeling are you trying to get? Are you trying to capture the wispiness of it, of some Syracuse clouds? I think they're called. Are they called Syracuse clouds? What is the name of the clouds that are just like little puff balls all over the place? Like on top here, I feel like I've made a big mistake as far as like how the shape of them has worked out. I did want to get some white flowers, didn't I? Like tiny little clouds on the earth itself. I can already see the frog. To be a clue, to draw a pretty cloud. You could do literally the exact technique that I was doing the other day, right? Although I don't know if I would say that's a pretty cloud. I think the one I do for Bumble is more of a majestic cloud, if that makes sense. I just see the little thumbnail, so I don't actually know if it's a frog. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like a frog to me. Frog with a big smile. Yo! Aww! Kid. Swarm looks so cute. I love the scrunched up face. It's such a good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Corn dogs. Aw, a Venus flytrap. Like the fly. I like all the hue variation put in the eye. It's very nice. And the same thing. I think you might, were you using reference for the Venus flycatch turtle? Because not a lot of people know that the center has like a discoloration. Then we have Pointless's flower down there. It's gonna be flower related. No, that's good memory then. Just you wait. Is he sitting on top of a lily pad? I'm just a frog on a big lily pad. Actually, would black work better in this instance since I've been using so much color? Has a tongue? What does a tongue now? I interpreted that as what's it called? Just like the other end of the smile. I do kind of wish the magma had like an outline feature so I didn't have to do this manually. Do you think the black stands out though, as a contrast? Maybe this works better though, underneath. I think this does work better underneath. Oops, that's F5. Refresh the page. Am I on the wrong layer? I'm on the wrong layer. Oops, here we go. So many cats. I had this wild dream yesterday where I had a literal truckload of cats. How does that even work? Is it just like a truckload of kittens on top of each other? I want it to be like they were in an actual truck. Because when you say literal, I'm like, so you had them in the back of an F-150 or something? And they're all just like sitting there, vibing, being cats? Wild. They were everywhere. They came in an actual truck. That's awesome. Huge truck. Not sure what American... Oh, like an 18-wheeler? Or like one of those trucks that carries sand. Oh, the sand goblins. You said it literally the one before that. I think they are also called dump trucks. Dump trucks. Because what they do is they lift up and they dump, right? You just sat in there, and then all of a sudden, an entire truckload of cats is dumped onto you. That's fun. I think I would have gotten scratched to shit. All right, let's see. I'm not super sure about the background. The idea was to get like a rainbow hue-esque sort of a deal. It's instead become like vomit. a little bit like vomit. But I do want to double check though. If I lock this layer, lock the opacity. There you go. And I hit edit fill. I can just use the wrap color. Or I like it better with white. Or I like it better with black. I think I like it better with the black. And then I don't know if I want to add another layer. Yeah. I think the red is a bit of a mistake. I don't like the red as much. But maybe like a darker gray will fit? Maybe if I also do this as black. Now it looks like one of those scratch off things, right? I'm kind of okay with this. Kind of want to erase a little bit here and there though. And then I would like to conform it a little bit more to the shape of the flowers. Why do I always draw so fucking tiny? Thanks to the frog? The frog is excellent. I love it. How happy I was I was crying. There were so many kittens in my heart. What was that? I was just listening to a story about how cisgender norms like hurt men as well as like men and women who are heteroconforming, right? Because like it doesn't just like affect the people who are trans or straight or gay and all that stuff, right? Because what it does is it prevents people from being able to be who they are because they feel like they have to conform to what society expects them to do. For example, a lot of the reason why a lot of men feel anxious in a relationship where the woman makes more is because of those heteronormative, things. And the way my brain processed that exact statement was like, because the statement was like, women are looked at to be someone with low self-esteem because they're dating someone who is like makes less money than them, right? And the way I interpreted that in my brain was kind of just like, you're telling me that there's women out there who can't afford to keep a silly little guy on staff? Because like if you're dating someone who doesn't make as much money as you, like it's because of their personality and because you enjoy their company. So like these women out here straight up saying they too broke to afford a silly little guy. That's insane. I don't need to spend that much detail on this. Actually, very little a man profits from that, if anything. Post-gender agenda. Personally, I think it's fine to have like gender expectations, right? I think it's fine to be like, oh, I want to be a man because men are seen as stronger, make more money, blah, 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 whatever, right? The problem is when there's like enforcement of these norms, right? As law, essentially, as social law. And then there's persecution for not conforming to these like gender ideologies. Because I don't really give a shit if someone wants to be like, I want to be a man because I want to be buff and talk to women like they're objects. I mean, I guess find your crowd maybe, because I know there's like a kink for that, but As long as they're respectful of other people who don't like that, I don't really care. My goat is washed. Damn. Kit really out here against degradation kinks. Really out here being like, at all times, someone must feel like they are loved and accepted, and no one can ever say negative things about you. Not even if it gets you off. My 3D printer keeps making weird popping noises and it's scaring me. 3.5 hours in. If it's making popping noises, you should be afraid. What are you printing in? Is it like PETG or something? Or something that has a lot of hydroscopic? It's just regular PLA? What the hell? What kind of pops is it? I used to struggle so much with that back when I was with my ex-boyfriend. Which part? If you don't mind me asking. Sounds like when you break the support. Oh, that's not good at all. That sounds like there's something wrong with your, what are the belts? Probably? Bring anyone down. Oh, so they had like a degradation kink and it's just like you were very bad at it. It can be difficult. For sure. Well, that's weird. I don't like that. was there the like, one thing about like there being no true sadists and no true masochists, right? Or there's no true masochists. No true sadists? I think it was no true sadists. Because it's like you must enjoy pleasure when you're giving righteous punishment or something to someone that is deserved or something. I can't remember what it was. Never mind. Don't quote me on anything ever. No. Don't though. I can't remember what it was. It was supposed to be like this theorem about how sadists gets pleasure out of like, or a masochist enjoys it when they are punished righteously or for the rights, and then because of the fact that they are doing it for like their own self-enjoyment, technically they don't they're not being punished realistically, right? It's supposed to be some sort of thought experiment. I don't fucking know. Do I like it better with... Oops, that's the wrong one. Right, I need to be on this layer. Because it's clipped. Because it doesn't really need to be clipped. No, it's not because it's clipped, it's because it's auto-locked. Do I like that better? Interesting. Do I like that better? I think I do, but then what the fuck is the point? I guess it's for the, like, the flowers on top. That's fine. Hey, welcome back. Move, do you know the thing about the no true sadists? I feel like you might. You are more well-read than I am sometimes. Is that a thing? Did I make that up with my brain? You only just sat down. Jesus Christ, I just sat down. Is that how you start a conversation? That's not how you start a conversation. How did your shopping excursion go? Was it good? No. There's like it's a philosophy thing about how like philosophically sadists and masochists don't actually. No, it's not that they don't exist. It's that they will never encounter each other. I think that's what it was. I wish Neko was here. Neko would know for sure. Ratting out my friends. In the garden, you'll find something waiting right there where you left it, upside down. I think my audio cut out. That's why. Friend shame. I always sing along to this song, except when the audio gets out. When it turns me around, it stays, but where you left it, everything stays. It still changes so slightly, daily and nightly. In little ways, everything stays. No, it's not No True Scotsman. That's different. Small talk would be like, you remember that sadist stuff? Well, okay, so the idea is masochists enjoy punishing those. No, masochists enjoy being punished for what was it? Masochists enjoy being punished for things that they have done unjustly, and then sadists enjoy justly punishing those who deserve it. But if the masochist is doing things to be punished, then they don't really deserve it because they're seeking out the punishment, and therefore the masochist will never be seeking out, or the sadist will never seek out a masochist or something like that. It's only slightly different from the No True Scotsman discussion. Ironically, not because of the sadism. Right, I actually dig that quite a bit. Nice. Sounds like victim blaming. You should, if you already joined the community, you should also be able to just go to Magma, and then it will let you like open up in the community on the left-hand side. Alright, let's pick up and get a picture of an iris. We're gonna do a study of this flower right here, because I like how it is blue. No True Scotsman is such a dumb fallacy. I think it's so funny. You see, I was being lazy. That's, you know what? That's understandable and fair. Let's go ahead and merge all these layers down. I think I have to merge them in order. Yes, so far, so good. Painted nature corn dogs. That was turtle, yeah. Like the way T draws. One and only turtle. Exactly. Alright, let's merge below. And then let's merge below. Nice. Alright, let's take a look at what everyone else is doing. Wow, look at that! What a little guy! Oblivious about the 1634 Dutch tulip market crash, Little Rose about to become the first rug pull victim. Oh my gosh. Is finally the bottom for today's stream. What? What's going on? What's happening? Hi. How are you, baby boy? How are you? Aww, flower sloth. Why is that frog high? The frog has a little bit of issues. Alright, let's get in here. What? The frog really is high, yeah. Oh, it's like they got the rose in their mouth as they're kind of like, I get it. They're being romantic. They're being all romantical about it. I really like the texture brush, so I'm gonna use it again. Hi, baby boy. How are you? Alright, let's see. It's got like a muted mustardy yellow. Yeah, that's about right. Need to redraw the lasso shape. Didn't plan the design very well. I definitely see this blue shade. More blue. Okay, I think this is a good midtone. It's the drop bear with a flower head. Is it a koala? I thought it was a sloth. Oh, it's a binturong. It may or may not be a binturong. The whiskers make it look like a binturong. I don't like guessing what people are drawing though. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Yeah. Actually, we were doing I was telling Kit earlier. Yesterday with my friends, we were playing Metazua, which is like Wordle but with animal science, right? Evolutionary biology. Is my YouTube still running? YouTube is still running. Wow, we just haven't had anybody come watch. That's crazy. I was like, that's crazy. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, anyway, I was in the middle of explaining something. We were playing Metazua, what's it called? Yesterday. And it took me like 17 guesses to get it. Because I got trapped in the Felidae for forever. Because I was like, okay, maybe it's a tiger. And it's like, you're in the Felidae, you're right. And I'm like, okay, shit. Well, it wasn't that. Maybe it's fucking not weasels, because weasels are mustelids, but the other noodle shaped one. And it's like, nope, not that. Try again. And I was like, maybe a hyena. And they're like, no, you're still wrong. What about a regular cat? And they're like, no, that's actually in Panthera, so it's in the same family as the tiger. I'm like, shit, I'm in the wrong direction. It's got to be something like a binturong that's like at the very like basal level. And I was looking at it, I was like, shit, what is the name of that? And so I tried to type in binturong. Binturong didn't work because it wasn't in the category. And then I just typed in, I couldn't get it. I had to go to Wikipedia for the thing, and I was like, what is the name of this thing? Oh, it's a civet. And so I drew a civet. You are so fucking full of shit, Kit, with a YouTube comment. Anyway, the point was, where was I going with this? I couldn't believe that it took me forever to guess civet. I need to do more basal members first. Anyway, today I got it in 2 guesses, which was a lot of fun. So, happy with that. No, that needs to be pretty vibrantly blue. I see irises a lot the same way that I see like fucking betta fish. They're kind of similar as far as the petals. Kit is mocking the shit out of me. No, but it's all in good fun. All in good fun. Who did the huge green splatter? I saw you. I didn't see anybody. I didn't see shit. Wasn't me, cop. Wasn't me, copper. continues. Tried to gaslight me into thinking that he doesn't run an art Discord server. What are you talking about? What? Doesn't run an art Discord server? I never said that. I'm being framed. It's a stream server? Yeah, I don't think it... I guess it doesn't technically count as an art server. Problem being is that I don't like focus the art as like the main aspect of it. It's more, it's like a community server. I did! I missed the joke! I'm not very smart. You gotta explain things to me. I'm sorry. Move is trying to communicate with me in green squiggles. What? What's happening? Honor has been restored. Enough to rid myself of last week's nightmare. You've done an excellent job. Look at them. Now you should try to color them. Just do some blockout colors. Get a layer underneath and then just put some blackout colors. Be like, bam, green, right? Bam, green. You could even do like, what's it called? Like, check this out. This is just like with the texture brush that I'm using, right? See what I mean? Do something like that. You already have all the line work done. You might as well just use the lasso fill tool. No! Aw, you should color them. Anyway, Well, maybe we'll do that. We'll try it out. Good night, Kit. Sleep well. Hmm. I'm erasing. I'm not. Ah! You dare spell the word I'm thinking in my head, T? Get out of his head. What? T, are you swapping into people's consciousnesses again? You're only allowed to do that on New Year's. What's a good orange tulip color? Just a mod thing. We can do that. I forgot about the New Year rule. Right, of course. That's exactly that's on me, I guess. I have an idea. You have no idea? Oh, are you honing in on our private conversation? What the hell's going on? What are you guys doing? Off in the underspace where I cannot see. Is red I don't think is a good color for that. Let's do like a highlight. Hey, cool. I don't even know what happens. Hey, cool. Why is there just an egg? Yo, beat your arm, finger. Really good practice. Excellent work. I love this pointless. It looks like the what's the one meme where they're like reaching out to grab something and then something else reaches out to stop them. I literally turned my phone off just as I turned it back on. Why did I do this? What could they have meant by this? Right, let's reduce our brush by like half. Whole canvas is a masterpiece. It is really beautiful. I am a huge fan. Writing normally is hard? What do you mean? What are you trying to write? I can't just... Aww. I think you guys are having a very heartwarming conversation. Erase the evidence. Aw. There's no need. I'm already not looking. It's fine. I promise. I won't go back down there and look. I promise. I promise. I'll announce. I'll announce. Lava flower. Very crazy. Flowers. Yo! What was that? I just see like a big eye and a frog. Okay. Something in the water? What's going on? What's happening? I've been using the Mudang Peak emote everywhere, by the way. Only got the proper hair productions needed. Is it the one that you did for Rayla? That's the only whale that I know that you've drawn. Aww, these froggies are so cute. I love them. Like little tadpole squishies. Oh my god. This is great. I also love the like small vehicle beneath it. They're schmoving. They're on their way, dude. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Hmm. Oh wait, that's the other side of the... No, that's the right place. I want this green to be more of a bluish hue, I think. It's a weird effect. Oh no, that's a dead flower. So it's like a dark purple, almost. Like it's almost a dark purple blue. And then the rest is like a pale yellow. Even more desaturated, I think. Even yellower. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Art flowers. Why are you erasing? Also, I think they were copy and paste from different canvases, right? As long as you drew them here, that's fine to keep them. It doesn't matter. They don't have to be 100% related. There is no need to do that. If you feel that you did that. If they're just kind of like copy and pasted from somewhere else, then yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose of drawing it here. But yeah. You don't even need to draw according to the what's it called? The theme, right? If I can finish it here, yeah. If you were drawing it, yeah, whatever, why not? If you finish it here, that's fine. If you're just like adding it and then just like using it like a stamp. Not that we have a ton of people, but like to set the precedent early that we would prefer it if people drew stuff in here instead of copy and pasting other work. That is the only precedent I'm kind of worried about setting. I think it's actually more orangish. Yeah, there we go. This one is just, yeah, kind of a Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. So, like, I guess it's kind of Legend of Zelda overall. Because there's a lot of repeating themes and stuff, but... That's a real shame, because I wanted to finish this iris study, but I think I'm going to run out of time here. pretty. Thank you, Lacti. I'm glad you like it. Irises are my favorite flower, I think. I don't have a very strong opinion about any other flower. The only thing is that my grandmother really loved these flowers, and I loved my grandmother. And it reminds me of a time when she wasn't super politics focused. So when she was less conservative. She never had these overly fancy types of irises, but she did have some pretty nice irises. You know what's insane? I think we're getting less YouTube flow because of the UK stuff. I think that would be a really interesting thing to see. Because now I think in the UK you probably need facial recognition, like ID, to be able to watch my YouTube? Maybe? Huh. Well, you're on Twitch though. I don't know if Twitch does adult content the same way YouTube does. Oh, it's September 7th? Okay, never mind. Gotcha. Understand. Hands are hard. Be able to access my old art. You can FAP to account. What? The annals of history. Oh, that's a shame. That would be really weird. You can't access your own accounts? That'd be weird. Because imagine you need facial verification to access your own content. I hate that. Alright, you can FAP to account. That's fair, but you did find it again, so that's nice. Hump.se. Servers died many years ago. That took most of it. I don't know, Moob, it says it's a link. Look, if I click on it, it'll take me somewhere. Probably shouldn't do it on this one, huh? That's the one that is being viewed. That was a mistake. That could have been bad. Ugu is free to use, but our hosting costs are not. Apparently it's just like a file hosting site. Huh. Interesting. Many years old. Okay, okay. I never even knew about that one, so that was interesting to see. Okay, that being said, it is unfortunately time for me to end the stream. I can leave it up, and then when I get back from opera, I'll do the thing. So if you want to keep drawing, you'll have like you have like 2 more hours if you want. You want to keep drawing. And then I will be back and I'll take a picture and share it to the community. Does that sound good, everybody? Because you guys are really into it, and I'm happy. Super happy. Need to paint my hashtag rat. Cool. Then, yeah, I gotta feed the dog. Take him to piss real quick. And then, gotta be on my way. Thank y'all so much for coming. I appreciate anyone who showed up, gave to the Maho Steak Fund, did some drawing, anything. You all did such awesome work. Especially love the frog. And I love the other little frog. That's so good. And the bee is really nice. Look at them. They've got like a little top hat. So thank you all for coming. Bye-bye. There it is. There's the call to action to remind people that they need to give Maho Steak. See, buddy? They remembered after I told them. There's emotes. I will see you all tomorrow. You need the points for the treats. That's fair. Alright,